Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Uncle Bandit stream. I hope everyone's doing well and staying safe out there. I'm definitely doing better today, I'd say. Yesterday, I had to mow, like, half an acre of yard in 90-degree weather, which, is definitely not fun. It is definitely not a fun experience to deal with that. But I am doing better today. I am, you know, recharged and ready to go, and I hope everyone is too. Speaking of 90-degree weather, today we are continuing our playthrough of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. So, without further ado, let us hop back into the video verse. So, when we last left off, we were, if I remember right, yep, we were about to question this lady. Because she has a little psych lock. And we plan on unlocking it. Take that! Take that, fiend. I am a lawyer dude. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes. The operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Hee hee. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? If I remember right, it's something to do with... Okay, let's remember the stuff that I have. Maybe if I present a profile? Oh no, that... Donuts? Huh? I baked them myself. Homemade donuts. Have one. What's inside? Jam and... I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch that. Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll pass. Okay, well that didn't work. See, this bugs me. See, the scooter's broken up, but that doesn't prove anything. It just proves that it's a broken up scooter. It doesn't prove that she was on it at any point. Am I going nuts? Am I going nuts? I'm clearly missing something. I just don't know what it is. I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Let's see. This round doll thing is called a Daruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured, in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? Heh. I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always right himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now, this yellow thing, this is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Shoot, what's the name of it? What's the name of the game? What's like the actual... It's shogi. That's what it's actually called. Okay. And it is kind of the best description of it, I find. It is like Japanese chess, or at least the Japanese version of chess. I'm more of a reversey person, you know. Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. Well, what is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane! The car's registered to the Cadaverinis? Huh? There's not even the Tiger's car? Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? Oh. Duh. So, of course, it was the piece of paper that I failed to notice the first time around. I bet money that's actually what it is. Wow. It's been there the whole time. I didn't even... It's okay. Gonna skip through that so I can present this bill. I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Sure was. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis? Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. Ah, okay, I kinda get it. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Ah. It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars, when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike, or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... Oh. I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. That is why you wear your seatbelts. Uncle Bandit top tip, wear your seatbelt while in a motor vehicle. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have... Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident? It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. Oh. We collided. The motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all. Is he? It was the Tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him, too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the Tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. Because his bike's all messed up. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me. I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. Oh. Was it expensive enough for Don Tigre to try and win the Duelist Kingdom tournament? To help you? Like, is that Like, is that what happened? Is Don Tigre secretly Joey Wheeler? She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. Oh, I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. I want to say it's like her grandpa, maybe? You know, gotta move on up in the world? That'd be my guess. Because, like, I don't really know what else it could be. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? Oh. $1 million. Oh. $1 million. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million bucks? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me. Not about my grandfather. Oh, no! But I knew. That wasn't really true. Wow. I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was... it was... evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Come here in the time of my granddaughter's accident. Oh. Yeah. Cranial surgery, yeah. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Ugh. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Bonjour. I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Good timing. I was hoping to find you here. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. There he is. It's Zin Eop. What are you calling Zine Ope? Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. What? You just want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Yous want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. It ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's two of us here. You got that? Two. Oui. Mr. Armstrong? Forgive me. Désolé. I cannot argue with him. Oh, God. Ugh, that really hurt. Is that all you? Is that all you's got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get the lighter. Wait. Don't take it too hard. Phoenix, right? That was so stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Oh, I get to get burned alive in a restaurant. That's cool. Those papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Oh, hey. Detective Gumshoe? Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it! Roar! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, let's get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright. Thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. Yeah, thank you, Gumshoe. We owe you one. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court. Tender Lender's going down. I hope Gumshoe's okay. Like, really, though, I do hope he's alright. I do quite like him as a character. I think I said the same thing when he ran into that pole, so it might be one of those, like, goofs or whatever. Gotta take a drink now. Alright, chat. Let's go to the trial. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well, and ended on a giant mystery. But that's true. We still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that. That little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal! Okay, he's okay. Oh. Good. Glad to see you're alright, Gumshoe. Hey, pal! Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Yeah, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. No, I remember it. We gave it to you. So, like, you know, figures what's in it. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is a small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple days ago. Wow, look at these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? For what? Whose medication is it? The chef has, like, a kleptomania problem where he likes to steal small trinkets. Oh! I think it's the programmer's medication. Remember, the programmer had some sort of medication for his eardrum. Remember? Yeah. He got medication for it before going to the restaurant, and then I guess he must have took it. Medication? Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it's the medication... Okay, so... The game came to that conclusion, too. Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using on his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elg's ear medication doing in the kitchen? What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. No doubt, and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... That's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? Oh, man. Today's trial. I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Ugh. He really is the Wario to my Mario. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank it with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have. Huh, Nick? Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world you see keeps turning. We must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Come on. Only losers think like that. You gotta change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you've resolved those contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here, he was throwing us off the scent. And today, I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. Alright, who is it? Oh, it's him. Okay. And you are... Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of Le Tribien restaurant, Enchanted. Forgive me for asking with this, but... That's rude. Ooh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am a pert and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you were in Tribien's kitchen. Isn't that right? With you, monsieur. Hmm? Everything feels right. Huh. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribien. Oui. Volunteers. Volunteers? When it all happened, there were 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco that day. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. La cup, la earpiece, and la glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? Oui, un grand mirror. The most enormous mirror. Just a massive mirror. Clearly. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Right. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco. Alright, this is a clear statement. Cup, earpiece, glasses. You know, the fact that we do not have his testimony is kind of a pain. Wait, wouldn't it be... Hold on. He would have had to have seen everything in reverse, yeah? My brain kind of, like, goofed. I think it's something to do with, like, the items in question. Like, not everything would have been reversed by the mirror. Like, that would make, like, the most sense out of, like, all this. Because, like, we can't, like, prove or disprove that there was a mirror. So the only thing is that we prove or disprove the mirror theory. But I'm not sure if it would be, like, Glenn's profile or, like, one of the items. Like, the cup or something. Because, like, I don't know, I feel like that would sort of... I don't know if the game wants me to be that specific or not. We'll do Glenn's profile, we'll see what... Oh, okay. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? Please, thank you. I'd like my memory to be jogged.
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt.
So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, monsieur, now that you think about it, it is not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? That's true.
Order! Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks?
You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase sorry apology Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony?
Exactly.
The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. What's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg?
Well, clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece in those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you see his left ear? Huh. Well, Trite?
Yeah.
That's the worst, but best impression of Kudo ever. Ugh. I wasn't really trying to do an impression. It's fine. Wow, I really thought Old Seedy was for a minute. He was Old Seedy for a minute there. That was good.
Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. Wait, what? What does that mean? I don't know. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Alright. Okay. Allure. Allures? Oh. Is everyone sitting comfortably? La mirror. It was the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat at the table next to the victims. That was where the old man was sitting. After a terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so that it was not in their way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else.
I see no problem with the explanation we have just heard. From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
Oh, what a naughty little coquette. I am confusing all the men like this.
Don't worry about it.
We can keep up. Except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again.
Ah, I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volunteer, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright. A cross-examination, if you please.
Oh, really? You didn't touch anything else? Are you sure you didn't touch, Are you sure you didn't touch one of these? is found in your kitchen. And it's clearly the victim's ear medicine. Oh, that didn't work.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty.
Oh, well. Man, alright. Okay, so if it's not a problem, so if that's not the focus, yeah, then the focus is what the other things he was saying. Like, this is another sort of clear statement of, like, so maybe there's something we can glean. So it would have to be the table to the left of this photo. Wait. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. No, not the floor plan. Yeah. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor.
The crime photo?
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? Huh. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo?
The vase. I think it's pretty obvious that this is what should not be in the picture.
The vase? What possible connection does this have with this witness's testimony?
Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase on this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. It contradicts with Victor saying that he broke it. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Objection. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Très Bien that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu! Objection. Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witnesses cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Well, why would you take the time to clean that up? It's a crime scene. It's generally known that, like, people want you to leave the crime scene alone. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror.
Grrr. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which she couldn't hear?
Huh. You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table, and there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The victim was a phony? No. No, he was there. I would think it's Mr. Kudo making a mistake, though. But even then... Wait, wasn't Glenn found there, though? But... This is bothering me. Like, he was clearly found at the scene, wasn't he? Where did they find him? Okay, yeah. See, my initial thought was that he was looking at it from a side that in which Glenn, like, body blocked him. You know what I mean? Like... Oh, there's no table behind there. What? I guess it also fit the theme of, like, people being phony, where it's like... T. Gray dressed up as Phoenix before, so, like... This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up.
And what is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events.
What?
Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter. A phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. Then, that's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Ah, okay. Okay, I see the line of thinking.
Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you just say?
Trite. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning, all for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was...
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo was this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there. You would have noticed what was happening.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Ooh la la. This is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath, after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened.
The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain, in detail, the events in the restaurant that day.
Oui. La victim, Monsieur Elk, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Elk became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. No, there was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror at the restaurant after all?
Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly.
What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later.
Oui.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
He took that perjury charge a bit too well. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Well, Monsieur Elg, you came to my restaurant alone. That's believable. Can you be slightly more specific? By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui. It comes often from my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special. I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Oh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Yeah, I should. Do you, how about, like, what time it was? That's sort of the easiest way. Then we can kind of work our way through it. I think it'd be easier to remember what time it was. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no. I cannot remember, monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday.
The crime was reported by 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir.
Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful.
I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it?
I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Aww. He feels helpful. So this was added to the testimony. Like... So this was added to the testimony, yeah. Became very excited when he got word. So I think this is a timing issue. So clearly, I think the game's setting up a timing issue. Arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m. How can we tell? Well, it would be the radio show, wouldn't it? Oh. If the radio show happened... The old man wouldn't have been able to witness him, like, pop off at his whim. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Quoi? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui, that must be la show, mon. Elk was listening to.
I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had just finished serving my lunch menu.
Get to the point, Wright, if you have one.
That show was broadcast live at 1:30 p.m., and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on air at 1:30?
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time.
No!
This victim we've been told about has done nothing about the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Yeah.
Prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. Elk concealed?
Well, it would have to be concealed inside Tribulations. Because, like, there's no way you can, like, bring a body outside and no one, like, notice. You know? Like, this murder happened, like, in the afternoon, not in, like, the middle of the night. So moving it outside of the restaurant, I don't think is an idea. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court on these plans, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. The exact location where the body was concealed inside Tribulations is... So it'd have to be the kitchen. The kitchen's the only place that's sort of cordoned off from the rest of the restaurant. It's sort of like this hideaway. So it'd have to be in here. The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. The real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? Oh! So that's what the small bottle's for. Is to prove that Glenn Elg's body was definitely back there. I mean... or at the very least, like, someone messed with him. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? None. None. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality, only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. What? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? And Mr. Elg visited an otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. I did kind of alright with that.
You can't be serious.
The defense says that the contents of the bottle... The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg.
Bruh!
Glenn Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen. At which time, this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, did you say you were in the kitchen?
Mon Dieu!
Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back.
No!
Order! This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg?
Never! I could not do such a horrible thing.
No! Oh! Mr. Godot? The bitterness.
Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H-deficient friend.
Je vous demande pardon. Please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me.
Por favor? That's not right. I think this French chef isn't actually French.
Yo hablo español. Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
Oh. I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it?
None. None. Absolutely none.
Let's hear it. You got one shot, right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you, as does my gavel.
Oui, it is clear.
What do they always say in the movies? I've got a bad feeling about this.
Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him, I swear. You must believe me.
You were forced? By who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased.
Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Elg died, was he really the only person at his table?
There was...
Oh.
There was another man.
I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. What man? Who was he?
None I cannot say. I fear for my life.
He's really scared. I just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If you won't tell me, I'll tell him.
But why would you go along with this man?
What was the reason? Are you gonna tell us, or? And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes?
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that. That's weird. I'm gonna have to prove it with evidence. Was the man a certain Mr. Tigre? Let's end this dance of Ring Around the Rosie, Mr. Armstrong. This is the man that you've been referring to?
Oh!
Who is that? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a month ago in this very courtroom? This man is Furio Tigre. He's the manager of a loan office called Tender Lender. There's no point trying to hide the truth anymore, Mr. Armstrong. I know you couldn't go against Mr. Tigre. At least not while he had this on you. It's like a loan.
It's the loan! It's the crime loan.
A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you.
Oui, it is as you say.
Mr. Armstrong?
La Tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting a victim to demand that he repair his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. Like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconscient Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well?
None. I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it, I was not. It is despicable. It is despicable.
I don't know.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
Oh, does he have them? 30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more.
How the?
Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Godot. It will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess.
Oh. Now, the Phoenix and the Tiger. Yes, I will save progress. That's what I should have named this stream. That's such a better name. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? But I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now. He said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. If that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kind of get wound up. Ah! No kidding. You're gonna have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I gotta take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. That's some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag. We're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey, that's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Make sure you don't lose it now. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Yeah.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre?
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. Will you show Mr. Tigre to the stand?
God, that is an unbelievably orange man.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Grah!
Ah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too.
Would you mind?
What you say to me?
Nothing. I didn't say nothing. Honest.
Who could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Oh, you hid. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to drop my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What'd you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in.
Gah.
Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? Well, I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Mask Boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who?
I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then? Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright! You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick. Maybe I should have worn my brown pants. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from Tender Lender every single day. Those want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta.
At last I found my pen. Oh, very well then, Mr. Wright. What is this? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that.
I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000. And you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. Don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Oh. Huh. I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute. That's really not...
This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too.
Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
You's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. Oh.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Are you for real? You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? I don't know nothing about no murder. Was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. Tender Lender every single day. Check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. Oh.
There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder, so now what? Let me check something. Interesting. So, on Glenn's calendar, it does mark down that he did meet with... that he needed to meet with El Tigre the 3rd of December. And if they met at the restaurant, that means he would have left his office. So I'm gonna press a little harder. I think it'll be fine. Mr. Tigre, what yous want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Trite, and you know it. Remember the rules? Objection. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please.
Mr. T. Gray, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. Come on. Never saw that kid before, huh? You sure about that? You sure about that, friend? Because he clearly knew about you. Mr. T. Gray, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg, but it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. T. Gray, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. It was actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
Just calling me a liar? Is that what you doing?
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Shaggy.
So you're saying that you claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You'll better believe that's the truth. And I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. T. Gray.
Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness?
You never actually met the victim? There's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. The victim. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy. At my office, 10 to lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint. You see ya?
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Ugh. Some lame guy. Set up a meeting with the guy at my office tender lender. I waited around for him, but he never showed. I ain't never even been to that Tribulations joint. Can I prove that he was there? Because I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. I have to first establish that he was, like, there at some point. Didn't I have a matchbook? Yeah, I have a matchbook of the place. Yeah. So I think this is proof. This is kind of proof that he had to have been there at some point. Or at least he interacted with somebody from that restaurant. Or something. Mr. T. Gray, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? You found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Tribulations before, what was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk?
You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me.
Order, order! Well, witness, I think it's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Gar! Sorry, I'm terribly sorry, forgive me. Oh.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? Well, listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony.
I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glen Elg that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions.
Huh. No problem. Anytime Tripe presses you on something relevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job.
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it.
Yes, sir.
The special express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know since yous paying. Oh, man. Does the rule of law mean anything around here? You know what? I don't know, Phoenix. I don't really know. Supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. Can you maybe describe the scene in a bit more detail? Hopefully. You mean you saw Glen Elg's dead body? I guess I did. I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat. Now what time was this? Oh no. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker.
Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most?
Huh? What do you think? Square watches! Is this guy for real? Look, all I needed to know was that something bad was going down in that place. Hold on. He said he saw him from the back. Yeah? No, I don't need the crime photo. I need the floor plan. How could he have seen him? Like, how could he have seen him? Because you see the entrance to the... I wish I could use, like, a pointer. But you see the entrance to the restaurant in the top right. You have the entrance, and then you have the cash register. And even if he kind of wandered in... You wouldn't see him right away because I believe he was sitting, like, to the right? Or at least he would had to have been sitting to the right. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think he would have been able to see him. Yeah. You're something of a loan-collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie-detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like, this.
Indeed. The witness would have a clear view of the victim's seat.
No, he wouldn't. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glen Elg, but a fake.
What?
In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
Oh. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glen Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright revealed the identity of this criminal to the court.
I think it's Tigre, obviously. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it.
What? Well, witness?
Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is the king of the jungle. So I dares you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts.
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright?
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I give you that.
Mr. Wright, don't leave me to handle this alone.
What is this nonsense? Huh. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot?
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no.
The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She's very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? Well, that doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee.
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Huh. Found your pen at last, Trite? You actually find that pen? It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glen Elg, and the waitress.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glen Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed?
If I was to make a guess... Hello?
Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender.
He was making a big mistake.
Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, had stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had kind of a cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. And, Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime is you.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
It was alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? Yous got it all wrapped up nice, huh, Wright? Yous missed out on one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid, too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see?
What? You really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Huh. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker. Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim?
Yeah, I loaned out cash. About $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won! $500,000! I got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
No. I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you's got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
The repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one, but what is it? Yeah, I loaned El cash. That day we had do a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date. So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yeah, so on $500,000. The waitress? You mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair? Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Maybe I should push a little on this. I don't understand this one. Ask how things would have been. Like, ask how things would have been if the... Oh, if the waitress didn't interfere, maybe? Okay, yeah. I kind of like that idea. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Are you all there, what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back, that's all. I'm a businessman. It's all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh? I was after the $100,000. I didn't have no reason to kill the guy. Did you, though? Hold on. MC Bomber is... Hold on. Wait, I think I get it. Because, like, think about this, okay? Glen Elk made a computer virus called MC Bomber. MC Bomber was worth a lot of money. Just an absurd amount of money. It is clear from multiple testimonies that Glen Elk had the disc with him. El Tigre owing money to Bruto for his granddaughter's cranial surgery, which was, the last I checked, $1 million, sees the disc, and he recognizes it. Or maybe he asks Glen Elg about it. Like, what is it? Glen Elg makes a slip. Mentions, you know, maybe something about it. Or maybe he sees it on the sports paper that was there. Right? Like, MC Bomber. Seeing that he has something that can get him out of debt of the Cadaverini family, decides that it's totally worth murdering him to go and take that disc so that he can sell it and pay off the medical bill of Viola so that he no longer is handcuffed by the Cadaverini family. That's the motive. This is not like Glen Elk would have just gave it to him. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I'll loan the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after. What are you getting at, Trite? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money. But money is in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch.
What is that?
A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer?
What do one of those do? Because he's old. I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this isn't the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market.
Several $1 million?
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glen Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Glen Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program? Exactly. Yeah, totally. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trite. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. That is true. That is true.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million?
In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, were you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs.
Huh. No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it.
Roar! Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright.
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Ugh.
Did you just say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in this city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire that $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glen Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glen Elg had no way of paying back the $10,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I.
The lottery win?
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glen Elg and then made his next move, to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glen Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. It would also explain why he took the lottery ticket.
Order! Silence in the courtroom, all right?
You just put on a good show, Spiky. If you just want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you were very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright?
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was the trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? Because he pretended to be me. That's right. Because he pretended to be me. And basically throw the trial so that she could go to prison.
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Dude, you were fooled by that. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me.
What?
That's the truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I'd ever seen. Gah! Gar!
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey! Oh, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives.
Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor?
Speaking of myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
No!
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far.
You say he impersonated Glen Elg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Ugh. The coffee.
Huh.
Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger. You're going to get mauled, you's got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Huh. Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
If I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
The witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre.
Well, oh! Your Honor, sir. Hey! It's Gumshoe! Look at him! They even gave him the cool thing. Wait!
Detective?
Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. I badged the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this, too.
What is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence.
What?
Oh, okay. Sorry it took so long, pal. But I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from the medicine bottle. Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal. All over the bottle. The Furio Tigre's paw prints, all right. That's great. We got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glen Elk's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This is our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something. For me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait. He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. I need to find a way to use this small bottle.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court. Can we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are yous gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. Yous lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. Maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court.
Well, here goes nothing. This is the defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victim's...
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray. What?
But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. Wait. Does Tigray not know what bottle the poison was in? My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you was saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigray, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Oh, we're gonna screw with him! Is that legal? Is that legal, though? Wait. You know what? I'm curious. Can we screw with him? This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide?
The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigray, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You'd make a good clown, you know that? What? Yous ain't never gonna get this to stick. Yous just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I'm gonna see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't a bottle with the cyanide in it. No. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in. Don't mess with the tiger. You're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash. Don't look nothing like it. Oh, he did a goof. Tigray did a goof. I don't know if this is particularly legal. I won't lie. Got him. At last. What? Why is everyone going quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. Yous ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. Girl. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. Yous don't know who you was messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Just think I'm gonna let some jumped-up suit get the better of me? Sure. The last piece of evidence was phony. That's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer is all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Oh my. What? Oh, what's going on? Looks like a blackout. I love that. I love that you can still see his visor. That's really funny. Well done, Trite. Why'd the power go out? I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Oh, he threw it at me. He threw it at me in the dark. Very rude. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe. But if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Okay. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigray, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glen Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigray is a truly frightening criminal. Huh. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Goodell. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Yay! That is all. This court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie, that was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Oh. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See ya. Wait! Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Oh my god. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you.
It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie? You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know, I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Yeah, it's the lunchbox. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies. You know. Oh. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? Oh. Oh. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. You know, I wonder if that's actually chopsticks in the thing. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. In the Japanese version is what I mean. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Oh. She finished the whole thing. End of episode 3. What sort of crazy nonsense is next? Whoa, it's edgy! It's Edge. I see a bridge and a and a knife and a gun. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay. I dig his new threads. Those are really nice. Kind of reminds me of someone though. Turnabout Beginnings. Huh. Well, I'm gonna take a quick drink here. Alright. Let us continue now with Trials and Tribulations. The girl. Let her go! Oh, it's a movie. Shut up! Come closer and I kill her! Oh, it's a lady. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. You're not going to get the chance. Bang! Whoa! I don't know why. Oh, Phoenix is... I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It's the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Also, was that a, what's it called? Oh. After escaping Falls, met and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Hawthorne. But yeah, you see, I think he's in, like, a hospital. He was the very first client who has it. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Yeah, it looks like he's in a hospital. Because he has, like, the little IV bag there. Oh. Okay. So this is Mia's first trial. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Eek! Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia.
I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody.
Harry Falls, my first client, sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape, anyway?
Oh God! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ugh.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody.
Why are you biting the... That's bad for your teeth, dude.
I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere.
But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry, I just told a little lie.
Oh, boy.
But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right?
Eek!
I'm really, really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago. I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. And about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After your escape, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did.
She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. You did meet with the victim.
But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true.
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ha!
Wait.
Godot? That's totally Godot. You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. Why are you here?
I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with.
Where is Mr. Grossberg?
Huh. The old man is probably still in bed. But he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando.
I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me?
No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for a first client.
Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though.
Huh. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well.
Really?
However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career.
So hold on. So, okay. So this is Godot, clearly. Like, you can't, like, just because he's a palette swap and, you know, everything else checks out. Like, this dude's definitely him. But, like, did he used to be, like, a defense attorney? Is that, like, the deal? Genius.
Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time.
A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him. Not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had that feeling that he was telling the truth. So his voice is childlike. Okay. I don't know. How would we go about that?
The court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls. Terry Falls.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers of both sides are newcomers.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. I guess her little kitten hasn't earned herself much a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia, you can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. Oh, he's even got the point like Von Karma. Oh, man. A witness's testimony. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies never fall in or are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. The policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be exactly the victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha! Oh, you see, the man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind: take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. Quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Watch yourself, Miss Fey. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this trial. Oh, it's Gumshoe, but in a different coat. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my aunt. Taken for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Yeah, relax, Gumshoe. Now, Detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. Okay. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge.
After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He is recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir.
I see.
What even is in my court record? Stabbed with a knife in the back, died from blood loss. Bridge located 40 feet above Eagle River. A hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office. A bit smug. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they ever even met there. Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we had prepared, I'm sure you will be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now. Listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. Criminals stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey. Settle down there, kitten. You keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright. Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Huh. You got me there. Maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. And, alright. The day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Do we know anything? Do we have, like, a phone number? Like, anything. This unknown person. You have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about a phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah, a top-secret memo that she left in her desk. According to this note, it seems the only one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Huh. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. That detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Wear a white scarf for identification. That bridge. Wear a white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. See, this is weird to me. If the river makes a really good place to throw a body into, why risk being discovered by throwing it in your trunk? You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't make sense to me, at least. Like, do I press it? Do I... Mr. Falls had a car then? Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? Wait, why does he have a car? If he's a escaped death row inmate, how does he have a car? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Okay, she was definitely in there. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. The victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Huh. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body was also discovered. When it was discovered, it is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange, do you? I mean, I do. Like, what's with the handle? Like... But see, I don't think I can really press on that, though. Like, if I press, there's no guarantee that she's gonna be like, oh, but what about that handle? Or, like, give me an opportunity. I don't really have anything. Wait, where's her scarf? Why does she not have her scarf? It's not on her, it's not here, where is it? Yeah, where is it? Witness? What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Huh. Stay there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? What? That's not a word. Like, that's not a word. I think he's just making stuff up now. Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective? Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well, then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. That's true. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus this special request. I have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, man. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. I'm sorry. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking.
The scarf you were searching so desperately for. Is it this one, perchance? That's not white. It's like blue. It's like a light blue scarf. Where'd you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. Huh. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. Not exactly white as the caller requested. As you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. I can't... I don't know. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. I don't know. It does seem kind of weird. Like, well, I guess it kind of makes sense in the idea that, like, oh, well, I don't own a white scarf, so why don't I, hold on. Okay. So maybe she didn't have the scarf? Or it wasn't her. That's also a possibility. I don't know. Now, if the attorney for the defense has finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap the scarf around his smarmy little neck. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, Kenton. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. Shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day, unfortunately. It was a little hard to see what was going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been where the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that the bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Aha! A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, me neither. So, as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, What do you mean, Dang, Judge. Actually, there was an eyewitness who was there when the witness took... When the thing happened. The thing happened... We already sort of know that the witness doesn't want to reveal... Accidentally? Like, I'm trying to... I don't know, it's weird. Okay.
So it was drizzling that day. It was clearly, like, muddy. Would the bridge be muddy, though? Well, it's an old bridge. It's not like it's, like... It's not some, like, slick metal bridge. It's an old wooden... bockety, you know, piece of shit. So... Also, that is kind of weird. How, like, a bunch of it, like, is broken off. Is that because of the weather or something? So, he shoved her down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Worn at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. Okay, if we can confirm... Okay, so if we've confirmed that this scarf is the victim, why... Hold on. Why is she not, like, dirty from that? If she was able to get mud on her scarf, why isn't there mud anywhere else on her coat or anything like that? Her coat, or face, or literally anything. Like, I don't think the escaped convict is gonna take time to, like, dry clean it on a mountain, you know? So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog, too. But just a generally soggy atmosphere. Yeah, I've been in that. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. This is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about the photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions that day? Her coat. Naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there is nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day I fell in a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, the glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet, but not muddy. What? Oh, I guess the bit is that he's Canadian. I don't know. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Huh. A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Oh. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The evidence is this scarf. Ugh. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. Ugh. No. I can't be outwitted by this novice... this novice bimbo? Edge, come on. Hey, same to you, buddy. Miss Faye's assertions make perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Huh. You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Mr. Armando.
No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence. One of those three.
What say you now?
I'm not sure I like this. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it.
The court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know.
Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the witness's photo, body in the trunk, the testimony? I would assume it's the testimony, right? It is a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah, that's what the witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all.
That's true.
It's not just true, it's the truth. There was a truly decisive witness in this case. I'm certain that boy wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all.
You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time.
Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth?
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? What? What is she doing here? Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter.
When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes.
What? Okay, I need to, like, process that sentence.
I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite.
Hey, not so fast. As I said before, the witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man.
He's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir?
Yes, my dear?
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. No trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. Wait, that's not right. That's not right due to dramatic, irony. That is not her name. I thought it was the same... I thought she had the same last name as the cop lady. That's what I thought was kind of weird. I'm a college student. A freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? Oh, How can you be so mean?
Now see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? Well, it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time I will be forced to penalize you.
Uh-oh. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be... Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are...
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
Huh. What was this photograph?
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wild flowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred?
I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. Well, that's odd. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. The angle of the hold on. Hold on. No, not you. Okay, so you do kind of see like a little cliff to the side. So okay. I can't be angry at that. I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Oh, what a cute camera. Just like its owner.
Jeez, Judge, relax.
Alright then, Miss Fey, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel.
I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. Wait, so they started fighting and then you took the photo? Well, that doesn't make sense. Like, look at them. They don't really look like they're about to fight. You know what I mean? Like that's weird. Witness, when you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see...
The photo we presented was the only one there was.
But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it.
My apologies, young lady. Miss Fey's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit.
He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. He used it all up. The film, I mean. I feel like in any other stream that would... It's sound clipped to everything.
You ran out of film?
This photo was the last one. What? How many pictures of flowers can you take?
Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wild flowers.
The witness herself? And who took the photos? Oh, so it must have a timer function. Well, you see, yeah, the camera has a timer feature built into it. So you took photos of yourself?
I remember taking some photos of myself once, too.
Please, no details.
I don't want to hear about that, Judge.
It seems that Miss Fay's assertion was not so decisive after all.
Wait, just a minute.
Well, if she has no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh?
Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well, then. Let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk.
Huh. It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention.
Yeah, it's sickening.
Okay. The victim turned around and tried to run away. She only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. What? Hold on. Why would she try to run that direction? What's the plan there? Like, there's no bridge on the other side. Like, look at it. Like, if she turned around to go run towards the bridge... then, like... why would... Hold on. Why would she run towards the broken part of the bridge? Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just...
Miss Fay, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry.
One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse.
You said they were two contradictions?
It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then...
she would have hit a dead end.
You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side.
What does all this mean?
It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it.
This is beautiful. Young lady, this beautiful young lady has been lying to the court?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion.
What do you mean?
There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say?
What are you referring to?
It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it.
So you're saying...
I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence.
Huh. That guy's good.
Huh? What do you mean?
He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy.
What? That coward.
Well, Miss Fay, it seems you once again made a reckless accusation.
I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No. It wasn't your fault at all.
Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw.
Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Yippers. Something's fishy about this. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm always supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished.
Don't say that.
Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte.
This trial isn't over yet.
Huh. That's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Faye. Your cross-examination, if you please.
The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. I'm still confused about the whole storing her in your car thing. That feels really wrong. Like, there's a big, dumb river with a fast-moving current. Why would you even? A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There is a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found.
Well, what is it?
Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river.
For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered.
In a kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water.
Oh. Order! I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye. I must admit, it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw.
Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems that your assertion is without merit after all.
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us.
Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again.
Who is he talking about? All right, I'll do my best. Why would he have needed to break into it? Like, if you already have, like... Like, if he... I don't... Well, he might have hijacked. I don't know. Like, maybe if you hijack a car, you can't break in? Like, I don't know. See, the problem is that kind of, like... Yeah, that kind of vibes with this piece of evidence. You can see that the handle to the trunk is, like, broken or cracked or something. I don't know. Wait. You see how there's rock to the side there? How it kind of shows the cliff?
How could she have known that? How could she have known... How could she have known that there was a car there? Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done with what? Made a crucial mistake.
A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Faye?
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes. And? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Ah. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. Ah. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rocks. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see this car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. Yeah, I was pointing that out before, yeah. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ugh. Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. You still claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No! Yeah?
Huh. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo?
Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes.
Oh.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that.
Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
What? That's not fair.
Save the tears for later, kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Don't look back until the trial is over. Now's the time to go forward.
But that wasn't fair.
Okay, kitten, you need to relax. And you need to remember. The other kitten's testimony.
Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there.
So tell me, how'd she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk?
Aha!
Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness?
Well, I'm certainly certain that he broke into the trunk. Because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Let me see that photo.
Yeah, those are marks.
It's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied?
The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said. Is there a contradiction in there somewhere? I don't think, yeah, something's weird about that. Melissa Foster. It looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What?
You said you were in a field taking photos of wild flowers, but even so you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. Huh. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. And perhaps it would be faster if Miss Fey explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches... Well, she'd have to put the corpse in herself. There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see those scratches.
Yes, what is it?
Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never... It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There's no need to break it open. Yeah, because he stole the car. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Yeah, so the key would have been in the... Yeah. Which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. Put the bodies in the trunk. Put the bodies in... Preposterous. It even suggests that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Now is your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Yeah, because you can see it as a timer function. It also has a tripod. So, like, basically, she could just set it up somewhere and run the timer, and that's that. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why? It's almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Fey? That was when the crime occurred. Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed. Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field. Will the defense please explain further? Listen, it is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? And answering that question will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer the question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred? Well, this area is so clear. She wouldn't have, like, been right there. I don't think she was with the... Yeah, she couldn't have been with the killer because she wouldn't have been able to see the trunk. And, like, the victim's the one who died. Unless... I have a thought. Naturally, the witness is right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Order, order, order! Miss Fey, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But that would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, It could only have been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. And who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. Are you just making this up as you go along? Where's your proof? I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Oh, it's the letter. It's the note. It would have to be this note. She would have to wear the scarf to identify herself as a person, because he didn't, like, recall what she looked like. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. Ah! It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear the scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No! Oh. Did she pass out?
Where's Miss Foster?
She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why'd she do it? Yeah, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit.
Well, we have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood.
Very well. This court is in recess. To be continued.
Fascinating. Interesting stuff, this case. But I'm gonna go take a quick drink. Do-do-do-do. All right, off we go. So, hey, guy. I
Things are looking up, maybe? I don't know. You're still on death row, which is not going to help you. Eek! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're really good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? Yeah. Motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information. Right. What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. What happened? Okay, I trust you. That day 5 years ago. I dream of it every day. This picture, it reminds me everything. Bridge looks same. Just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart. Fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Huh. Someone should really get on that. Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart any minute. It's true. I did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago. I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Huh. Now I'm even more confused. Like, okay, Melissa Foster is the Dahlia Hawthorne from, like, the first case of the game. If it turns out that Dahlia killed... Yeah, what? If Dahlia killed, like, her sister or something? Like, why would she want to kill her instead of the guy that kidnapped her? Like, that doesn't make sense. Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne. Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? The girl, let her go. Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first, I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong. Don't protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping, too. A make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia. My girlfriend. My love, my teen angel. Ugh. Did he actually say my yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He's seen one too many soap operas. I'd do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it? I'll be honest, I'm getting more confused the more I learn about this. Dahlia's family's rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel, that's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We send to help to her dad. Ask for $2 million diamond.
Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer because she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, all right.
So they faked a kidnapping to extort their own family
Out of a valuable gem. In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman. I guess that explains why his last name's Falls. That woman, Valerie, she'd do it for real. She'd shoot at me for real. Me and Dahlia. I was shot in an arm. Dahlia, she jump in river. Really? Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me! That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. Oh. These 5 years. All I wonder is, why? Why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear... That's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looked like. So I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear answer come from her mouth, that's all. So that's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Yeah, where's the jewel? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? No, really, I don't know. It's gone, with Dahlia. With Dahlia? That day on the bridge. Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone, with Dahlia. Gone. Forever. Into Eagle River. Huh. It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne? Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. They never found her. Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia, my teen angel. Your teen angel? How old was she anyway? Just 14. I'm not a fan of that. That's not good. 14? I guess you're... Yeah, thank you, Mia, for pointing out how weird that is. I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man. Angels these days. Wait, how old are you? Yeah, that's still weird, dude. That's not great. That's not great at all. Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a... It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeves now. You bet. The training wheels come off now, Mia. We've got to strike while the iron's hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
So I wonder for a moment, like, when he decided to do, like, prosecution. Like, I don't think he did it for no reason. Like, there has to be something.
Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady.
Not this again.
I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is...
What are you talking about?
My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all.
What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman?
It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer.
Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next.
Well, Miss Faye, you have any evidence for a motive?
Yes, of course, I think.
Huh. You're still acting as tame as a kitten.
Mr. Armando, listen.
A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me. May I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady. It looks like this witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, quick, she lights right up. Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say.
I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile.
You bet. Somehow I have to tire to this case.
Okay. Interesting. Don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. See, I can't present, like, the diamond or, like, anything like that because... Like, we need to prove that she's actually, like, Dahlia, though. Hold on, what? How would she have known about that? If she was, like, out of the country? Like, when did she learn about that? A grudge? Also, yeah, that too. Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial and yeah, grudge is weird. Grudge is a weird way to put it. Like, if he, like, forgot what she even looked like, I don't even know if you would call that a grudge. You know? Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client.
He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. No, I'm pressing harder. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a bitter man.
This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement? Well, have it added, of course. Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like to add it to the added to the official testimony.
Prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. The testimony only helps to further prove that point.
No, that's not why I...
Enough. Witness, if you would.
My pleasure, Mr. Judge.
Were you wearing a scarf at all, lady? Yeah, I was sort of... Okay. I think this scarf makes more sense. If... I don't know. Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification.
Ah, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh?
Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. I've got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf.
White?
This is the scarf that you identified as belonging to the victim.
Ah, she wouldn't know. Okay. She would have mistaken it for blue instead of, like, the closest thing to white she would have had. So, like, that's kind of weird.
But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Oh!
Objection! Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white.
Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf.
Yes, but...
What's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but...
There's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is...
The letter?
Yeah, it would have to be the letter, because it says in the letter that it's a white scarf.
And this is how we can prove that she's Dahlia.
Witness, have you ever seen this note?
No.
No, never.
It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have.
There's no reason you would have.
I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Falls' instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification.
White scarf?
Ugh! Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No! No!
Order! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation.
I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public.
And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person.
Did you say one more person?
That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, Kitten?
Yep.
The third person that knew the contents of the note was... And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? Never heard that name before.
Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There is her name right there.
What's this? And who is this person? This Dahlia Hawthorne?
This Faye must be desperate, if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
The dead?
Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased young sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago.
Killed in a crime? You don't mean...
Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. Nah, she's still alive. You said she was killed, but was she really?
What are you implying?
Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off the Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age as you are.
Even you couldn't. Miss Fate, you're not saying...
Ooh. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Nice work. It was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. Unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm.
Witness, just who are you anyway?
I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself.
Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far.
You don't mean...
Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? Huh. Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way. But then why? If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. She did fake her death, though, which is kind of, like, not great. Like, that's a big crime. But, I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well. But, well, as you can see. Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder. Really, Miss Faye? I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What?
Oh. I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me.
Huh. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting her claim.
That wasn't me, it was this guy, this crazy coffee addict.
I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Huh. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. You've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me. The rashness of youth. How charming. Dude. It's coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Faye, what motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? I would think it's this big dumb diamond. Wait. Well, no, that doesn't... Well, I don't know. I would think it's the big dumb diamond, because, like... She would want the money, but at the same time... Tell her the whole truth must come out. What was the truth? The diamond is missing. Wait. If the note was addressed to her, and this was a note that was written before she left, that means that she knew that her sister was still alive even though everyone else thought she was dead. Oh, they both screwed him over. And then, I guess, she felt guilty about it and was gonna tell Falls about everything. So Dahlia kills her sister to keep the secret from coming out. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie, to keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was the secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne, and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh yes, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things, such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters.
Very well. I grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Like, I find it weird that they're trying to make him Canadian. It's a weird thing.
Putting the old man on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this'll be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Honor?
As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination.
Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again.
If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up, we've still got that info. That ace up our sleeve.
What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right. There's a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by, yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret.
How do we reveal it?
"5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but it was afraid. What do I have? Wait. Hold on. Here's the thought. You see how tall those those ropes are? Like, you see that, right? I guess that's to make sure no one, like, falls off trying to cross it. Like, give, like, or to prevent, you know, people, let's say, willingly jumping into it. You know, because those sorts of precautions exist for bridges. So, I don't think he could have pushed him... Yeah. I don't know how he would have pushed her into the river. Because look, the hole in the bridge is not under the river. It's under, like, this sort of, like, rocky, muddy area. And, you know, 40 feet into hard ground will screw you up pretty hard. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I ask that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge, now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in the last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below, a most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Ah! Objection. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You're right. The events occurred just as the witness had testified, and the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?
You see,
Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge.
What do you mean?
After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge.
Well, impossible, because the big dumb thing I pointed out before.
If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Well, Miss Hawthorne?
Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious.
Order! Order in the court!
It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Miette. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault.
What?
I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible.
Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it?
Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. No!
But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over.
So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. More importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him, at point-blank range.
Ugh. Yeah, take that.
So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible.
Gah! Order, order! What is the meaning of this?
Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally.
What? What is this?
Objection.
Indeed. What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun in handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river.
Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river?
The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River.
The diamond! So that nobody would go looking for the diamond.
5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up to the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond.
No, it can't be.
Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Why, that's simply ridiculous. Order, order, order! Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan?
This woman is a demon. There was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping?
Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note.
That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Hee
Who was that? Laughing at a time like this.
Forgive me, it's just hilarious.
Witness? Is that you?
You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted it with my Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that...
Well, Miss Fey?
I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey. Are you stupid or something?
Oh.
How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Well, it seems that we've come to an end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Huh. Without evidence, the trial isn't over. Without evidence, the trial is over? Who decided that?
Mr. Armando.
Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony?
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and then went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person who can testify to that demon woman's crimes?
Well, that would have to be, my client.
Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness?
Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls,
the defendant.
There's only one person that can shed any further light on this situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Why not? The prosecution has no objections. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left.
Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes?
I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million.
That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want to ask you. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other. Terry, Dahlia, it's true. You are alive. You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad. Tell the truth, the real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there's one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry.
Dahlia.
That's, not good.
Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness? I'm sorry, I apologize.
Water, please, water! Huh? What? Need a glass of water? Okay. Can't talk. Need water. Huh. Oh, well. Guess I'll have to be my coffee instead. These don't match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself. Oh! That day, 4 p.m., I stopped in my car. I was in front of Bridge. She was there. She wasn't there, so I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. You think she would do the same for you? That's enough, Miss Fay. His last statement was a fitting way to end the trial, the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Fay, please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you want it to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think. Okay. Is that true? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Based on the angle of the camera. She would have had to have gotten there first. So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge? You sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? What? What? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place.
Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge?
Yeah. It's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it under base of tree there. Oh. That's the necklace from the first case. I recognize it. There's like the little bottle.
This little bottle on a necklace is your memento. Quite charming. But it looks empty.
Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes.
Ugh.
With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car.
Indeed. There certainly was enough time for it.
Still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it.
No.
Huh? Wait, what's going on? Oh! Oh my god. That's enough. Please.
Witness?
I promised her 5 years ago, if it ever happens, that we can't trust each other no more, then
we're supposed to drink bottle. Ugh. No! Stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No, we are so close. Just a little more. I'm going to prove you innocent. No. Don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill Sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Falls. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. Mr. Falls! Oh. Oh my god. And so my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando. You're so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You're just a little too soft, kid. It's my fault? It's all my fault that Mr. Falls... It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kid. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia? Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. Oh my god. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Dude, you are bleeding. You do realize that. You're bleeding. Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. And you file them away and eventually forget them. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was... guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Oh. Oh. Bridge to the turnabout. Interesting. Well, I think we're gonna start that next time. Wow. That was pretty heavy. That was pretty heavy. Man. I don't really know how to react to that. So I think I'm gonna now roll it over to the aftermath. So, what did we learn today? We learned to check witnesses or defendants for anything on their person. We also learned that that Edgeworth was definitely like Von Karma back in the day. Nice little attention to detail.
We also learned that, that sometimes you'll do anything for $2 million, including jumping into a raging river. Anyway, thank you for coming out to the Uncle Bandit stream. If you enjoyed streams like this, don't be afraid to leave a follow. If you want to help support the stream, you can also sub and donate. Those things really help me out. If you want to catch any old playthroughs or keep up with any current playthroughs, you can head over to the Uncle Bandit stream archive over on youtube.com. And if you want to keep up with any stream updates, like playthrough announcements, or just see what I'm up to, you can check me out on Twitter at Uncle_Bandit. This has been it for me. This has been Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. I hope to see you all next time.